Shattering the pieces!
Gun! Mega Ray! What the hell? Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
Shield! Here, let me help. First aid! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. This one's got your name on it!
Ash to ash.
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
But a opponent like this should be easy.
I never miss! Confiscated!
Orochi Fury!
Laser beam! Target leveling! Sleep now! Radiant Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Far enough! I'm all stopped up! Lightning horn!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Make it way! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
I'll do my best.
By the power of flame!
you picked the wrong fight.
In here!
Rising
Explosion! Come in handy. Insects should stay on the
We've turned
ground.
the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Now!
Run.
Sometimes I wonder where you come up with those moves.
I could say the same to you.
Good thing we're on the same side, huh?
This cavern is surprisingly big. Not to mention nice and cool, too.
The way the light from the glowing stones reflects in the water, it almost feels like a dream.
What, this damp and slimy place? Are we looking at the same thing?
Out of our way! I never miss! Falling storm!
Rising of flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Give a heartbeat! Waterfall! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Our next turn coming through!
We got flyers.
I've got this!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over. All yours.
Hard up! Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here. In a bind.
Freeze laser! This one's mine! Illuminate the town! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
This looks nice and tough.
Hi, Hoodle!
Burn in hell!
Illuminate by the power chain between
Will this help?
a wailing banshee of lightning! Here's a healing art! First aid! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Radiant light! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! First aid!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Can't be squared!
The enemy wields arms too.
I think we can get through this!
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting
Now,
off?
Elvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Looks like we came out on top.
We just need to make sure we stay there.
Right. And without totally overdoing it.
That's far enough!
Take this!
Way more! Far enough!
No further!
Take this!
Not in your dreams!
Shield and me!
Glacial spear!
Turn the tables on you.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
A freezing storm! Ice tornado! Dance in the wind!
Blow away!
Easy peasy. Huh, Hoodle?
Go no further! I never miss!
Like moths to the flame!
A freezing storm! Ready as whirling struggle!
Make it rain!
Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Here, let me help!
And just like that, I'm back
That's
in
my
it.
cue! Start by holding the front line!
Shut him
No
down.
sooner said than done.
Nothing gets by Fedora! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Far enough!
The flame inside you.
Raging storm!
Wow! Look what I just found.
They're surrounding us! Radiant storm! You don't mind if I do!
Take this!
Tiger blade! Here's a healing art! First
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! Spear sweep! Shattering oven energy! They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Redwell.
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine!
As impressive as always.
Ah, here I hope all this is good.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Theon actually look flustered.
Burn up!
Here's a healing art! First aid! A whirling struggle!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
In a bind?
I'm all stopped up! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Those astral arts of yours are pretty impressive. Thanks. You're full of surprises yourself.
deserve to be let free!
Annihilation! By the power of flip! Will this help? Healing circle! Thanks! Just wait!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over!
Who said anything about letting off?
Primed and ready! I never miss!
Take this! Vacuum ray!
Take flight!
Demon Slayer! Sword Rain Alpha!
Glacial Spear!
This one's mine!
Tiger Blade!
Lightning Flash!
Scissor Blow!
Rising Falcon!
The earth throbs in pain.
Burning! The Take fire! Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Here I come!
Anything in order!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet and... This is the power of the blazing sword!
We should be able to cook here. Alphen, do you understand what's on the line here?
What?
The fish, Alphen. With all these Zeugles around, nobody can give them a good home. Namely, my stomach.
Shion, we can't rush this. If there's a big-time Zeugle waiting for us...
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Hey, do you have time to talk? There's something I need to ask you.
Of course. What's up?
It's about the doll I used to have as a little girl. I gave it some more thought, and I still don't remember actually receiving it from anyone.
You were so little. I don't think it's that surprising you've forgotten, is it?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That doll was so old, I'm starting to think I just always had it with me from the start. I know that it's extremely unlikely, but after last time we talked, it got me thinking. Maybe you brought the doll that child made with you to Lenegis.
I couldn't be.
Are you saying you didn't? Look, logically speaking, I know it's a lot more likely that you didn't bring it with you than you did. But you can't say for sure you didn't, right? Crazier things have happened. I always thought I'd be alone, only to end up meeting you, and Law, and Rinwell, and Kisara, and Dohalim. Sometimes things happen in life that we never thought possible.
You make a good point. I left everyone and everything I knew behind 300 years ago. But now, I'm not so alone anymore.
Exactly. You crossed all those centuries to find all of us, so...
Why can't a little doll have made the same jump too?
Right? Look, it's up to you to decide if there's any meaning behind all of this. But I choose to think there is.
Yeah, I think so too. There's something beautiful about the whole thing that simply can't be denied.
I'm looking forward to breakfast. Did you get enough sleep?
What do you want to do about that big one?
So this is the one who polluted the pond!
Consider this payback for all those fish! Go for the weak point! That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
This one's mine.
It's raining blobs of slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can!
Gonna attack.
Right, got it! Watch out! Now my chance!
Don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Into the shadows! Grab the top field! Into the
Not today.
Here, let me help! Make your way, Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Primed and ready! Where are you going? Hurricane! Here, let me help! First aid! Field! Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid!
Ready and ready!
A wailing lightning! Not on my watch! There you go!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Denied! Here's a healing art!
How about this?
Finish it.
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
Fierce sweep! It's getting stronger!
You picked the wrong fight. It's switching up its movements. Watch out.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Here,
Now you're getting
it's about to
serious?
strike! First aid!
What? Look sharp, everyone. Swallow blade.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
I'm not done.
Here, let me help! First aid!
Inferno crossing! I can carve through armor!
Rising Falcon.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
You're off!
Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! First aid!
To be less
Raging
In a bind?
healing circle! I'll heal you all! Healing circle! Here, let me help! Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Think again!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Who wants to die?
Armor won't save you!
Here I come!
Ignite.
We've almost got it beat.
It's getting weaker!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done. Denied! Here it comes!
On your toes, everyone!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
First aid!
You picked the wrong
Escape
fight.
my judgment! I never fix! They're all coming after me! Here, let
I'm
me
coming,
help.
Rinwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down! Make your will! Lost! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Looks like the little guy had a trick up his sleeve.
There's always something bigger and slimier.
Seriously.
Let me help.
You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing arc.
It's go time!
Here I go!
I'll smash you!
Will this help?
It looks like you got some cover.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful.
Denied!
Don't mind if I do.
I don't want to know what else it has in store.
Let's smash.
Feel.
Glacial spear. Here's a healing arc.
First aid. Confiscated.
No further!
Here's a healing arc.
Feel.
Anything in armor is all mine! Spear sweep! Far enough!
Here's that move.
Here comes the big one!
It's weakened.
This ends now!
Spread.
A whirling
Burning strike. Glacial spear.
First force.
Freeze lancer.
In here.
Do you require a hand?
I'm almost impressed.
Our praise coming from you.
I said almost.
You picked the wrong fight!
First aid. Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Confiscated.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Far enough!
Mega Ray. Astral energy. Full throttle.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Huh? What?
Oh, wow!
You dummy.
Good grief.
I feel so gross and sticky after that fight.
Tell me about it. We better hurry and get a bath and laundry going ASAP.
There's something in the water.
Great! Yes!
We finally made it.
Okay,
Okay.
good one. Good, good.
All right.
Good grief.
We have truly borne witness to a striking example of female determination this... Stay.
Yeah, you said it.
Okay.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
They...
Mm-hmm. Well, I see. Oh.
Excuse me!
Good.
That's some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Hey, maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh? Hey, Alphen, you mind if we take a bit of a detour?
It's fine by me, but what for?
Rinwell says there's a phantom flower that grows around here. We want to look for it. It won't take long, promise.
A flower, huh?
Look out!
What the hell is that? Hey! You want a piece of me?
Stay calm, Law. It's coming for us.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
Hey!
Burn in hell!
Celestial Hammer!
Take this! Wanna stay I'll smash you!
Reload! Here's the hero!
Just watch.
First
There
aid!
you are.
Right here. I got you.
Glacial Spear!
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara!
A freezing storm. Going in.
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Dance in the wind!
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
Here, let me help. First aid! Here's a heat.
Where are you going?
You're all in pain.
Divine! Here, let me help. What the? Flames? Watch out! It's changing its attack!
Demon
Fire
Fang!
up!
Zero flame! Reload! Here I come! Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! Cyclone! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Don't let up! Sleep now! Glacial Spear! Here's the Evil! Freeze Lancer!
Prepare to be sealed! Take this!
Here, let me help! First aid!
You're all
Take
this! I'll smash you! On the ground! Where are you going?
Thanks, Seal.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Winds of Heaven! Let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! In here! It's getting stronger!
Switching up its movement.
Watch out! They're not playing around! Vanish without a trace! Go! Single dead! This one's mine!
Take this! This one's mine!
Hold on to your arms. I'm all stuck. Here I come. I never fit.
Rain Alpha!
Make it rain. Alphen, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Pain between heaven and earth. Right. That'll make things easier. Here, water this time.
Can't it just make up its mind?
Inferno! Here's a healing art. Here, let me help. First aid! Here's a healing art. First aid! Here, let me help.
Pierce through!
Hurricane
ever. Take this. Thanks.
Here's a healing arc! First aid! Here, let me help. Hold on to your heart. Here I come!
Now you see what I can do.
Not today!
Not on my watch! None shall escape my judgment! Let them mark it! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Here, let me help. The enemy's going all out! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Dig again! How about this? A whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! First seal!
No further!
Falling storm! Hard seal! Don't mind if I do!
Ready and ready. Armor won't save you.
Orochi's Fury!
Lunar Coil!
Alright! Effect!
Holy Light! I can do this! I just have to get it together.
We're right here. We can help you. Shion's right. You have us to lean on.
You're right. Thanks. Glacial Spear. Here's evil. Here, let me help. First aid. Here's a healing arc. First aid. Let me help. Where are you going?
Take this.
Eternal devastation!
Ready and ready.
Here's a healing arc.
Mine!
First aid. Here, let me help. First aid. A wailing fury of lightning. First aid. Here, let me help. First aid.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Alvin, astral energy.
Say no more!
Confiscated. Wait, where's the water go?
It's all dried up.
It's so bright.
It's the pain is what it is.
A whirling here.
Anything in armor is all right. Not giving the next week.
This one is almost in the bag.
We're not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
To be less free.
Annihilation! Burning! Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Demon Tank!
May 1,000 gales carry it across! Take this! Gusty Nail! They're not playing around! Block the wind! Air thrust! A whirling struggle!
Armor will save you.
In here!
Not today!
I never miss! Let's get you all tucked away! There's nothing to fight! And this world! Up and out! Heads up! Charge, Malevolent! Inferno! Here's a healing arm! Get on in there with... The others. I'll cover you! Recover! No! Here goes! Don't mind if I do! Got it,
Look sharp. Take this.
Here, let me help. First aid! Here's a healing arm! First aid! I'll heal you all! Healing circle! Here's a healing arm! First aid! Here, let me help.
Eternal devastation!
Think again! Tempest! Get toasty!
Bird strike.
What was with that creature? It was some sort of a Zoogle that could control light. Rinwell, do you think that could have been...
The true form of the Phantom Flower? No, it couldn't be.
What makes you so sure?
Because...
What the...
Whoa!
What the hell is that? Is the enemy back for more?
Whatever it is, it's freaking huge.
You guys, calm down. It's okay. It's probably... No, it's definitely the Phantom Flower of Navira. I read about it in that book we found earlier. It was described as a mysterious light floating up in the sky. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, this is the place it was first discovered.
So that's how it got its name then. You sure it's not some enemy astral art being cast at us?
Positive. I think it's just a rare and unusual weather phenomenon more than anything else.
Cyslodia obviously used to be covered in darkness around the clock. But with that gone, I guess that's why we're able to see this again?
You could be right. It's so pretty though, isn't it?
Sure. But it's so big we could have seen it from town just fine, couldn't we?
Well, sure, but still.
Hey, who cares where we saw it? I'm just glad we got to see it at all. Besides, that Zoogle was what kept us from seeing it before, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's such a gorgeous night sky here. You should really bring Shion out to watch it.
Right. Right. I'll, do that.
It took a lot to get here, but I can't help but feel like a dream of mine came true. Thanks, Law.
I didn't do all that much, really.
Well, I still really appreciate it. It made me really, really happy.
Hey, you know
Oh, it looks like you can see it even better from over there. I'm gonna go check it out.
Huh? Hey, wait! Rinwell?
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
It was a close thing. That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little What?
Yes. Well, yeah.
My thing.
I can't say I'm impressed. You're making promises too freely. And that last exchange...
Niez is beset with grief. As a responsible Renin, it falls to me to extend my hand.
I don't think it should be your burden to take on.
Yeah.
I see.
Well... Oh!
Good.
Yeah.
I see.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Well... Those three seem to get along so well. Was it really right for them to separate?
It was his choice, and he ultimately chose the lady over his friend. I can only hope this helps her in her recovery.
Huh? Yeah? Huh? Well...
So then, my thanks.
I still can't believe Deadeye was caring for these owls. Maybe he really was a nice guy once.
People are not born immutable. They change, and not always for the better.
This time it was for the better.
I guess. All right.
Yeah. Did anyone notice Beifan acting a little strange?
I guess he was. Maybe the anxiety's getting to him.
This is where the light fell? What's with this tower? Is it a Danon relic?
No idea. But the astral energy is getting stronger here. The light's definitely in this area. Even if it is an agent from Lenegis, I'll blow them away with my astral arts. Little help!
This should do it!
A freezing storm! Here, let me help. First aid! A freezing tsunami! Ice tornado! Let the marksman handle this! Who wants to die next?
Ignite!
Steel, I never miss! More for the stop! Glacial spear! Listen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With your flames and my technique,
We're stronger together than we are apart.
Is someone being attacked?
We have to save them! I won't let them get hurt! Out of my way! Not on my watch!
Rise
Ahead! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze lancer! This one's Winds of heaven! First sword!
Dragon Swarm!
Pesky airborne scoundrel. Sounds like a job for yours truly. Now! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Be still! I won't stop that!
Burn!
Going in! Annihilation! By the power of waters of creation without a trace! Look out! Immortal explosion! In here! Burning strike! In here! Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Crap!
Well...
What? Why, you? I guess...
Yeah.
Damn.
Go no further! Far enough! Archfield! Lunar corruption! Primed and ready! I never miss!
Take
Strike! Law! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
By the
Roller won't save you!
Lunar Annihilation!
Prepare to be seized. You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training appropriate.
That's what I
Less
like to
talking,
hear.
more doing!
Take this!
Lunar! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
My fists are crushing it out there! What do you say we check back in on the ranch? Stairs. Which way do we go?
I say up. I sense presences below us, but not as large.
Up it is, then. It's just steps upon steps. Why would someone build this?
Not to live in, I'm guessing.
Right? It would take someone real kooky to build all this.
Right. This astral energy is incredible.
It's so thick here. Even we can sense it.
Get ready, everybody!
I was born ready. Nothing can surprise me.
Look up there!
What the hell is that?
Please tell me we don't have to fight that.
We'll worry about that later. There are things on the ground to deal with first.
The water go! Create go! I won't stop that! Dance and water
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for you.
Not today!
Here, let me...
Raging Haze! Confiscated! Let the marksman handle this!
Now you see what I can do!
I never fit! Eat dirt! I never fit!
Mirage!
Dance
No
in the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
All in order.
It's
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing dance by Gravitas Field! That thing's headed this way!
Even I can't stop that!
Everyone, look out!
With precision like that, I'm glad you're not on the other side.
Sorry, right. I'm calm.
What would I do without you?
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
I'll heal you all! Healing circle!
I owe you one.
Ready and raring! Prepare to be sealed!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Ready to go!
Newcomers?
Let's welcome them.
Watch the ones up above, too!
Let them work! Hurricane strike!
No further!
Where are you going? Far enough!
Take this!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Rising Wyvern!
Here, Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A chain between heaven and earth! First aid!
Here, let me help.
First aid! The waters of creation! Spirit blend! Immortal droplet! Field! Think again! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it! A whirling struggle! None shall escape my...
As impressive as always.
And here I hoped I was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've never seen Xion actually look desperate.
Finish it!
Here, Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Here, let me help.
First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Ready! They just keep coming!
This thing's putting us through our paces.
One more! Take this!
Divine
Glacial
Spear!
Spear!
Here's the evil! Eat dirt! I never miss!
I'm right behind you! An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
None, there you go! Don't let up!
Ignite!
Chain between heaven and earth!
See what I can do!
A wailing Dantia lightning! Burning! Here's a healing arc! Here, let me help! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Prepare to be sealed!
Dance, immortal droplet! Inferno
It's pinned down!
Dragon form!
Tidal! Reload!
Flame inside me! Yours to be
Radiant
free!
elongated! Here!
Glacial Spear! Here, let me help.
Rising
First
Wyvern!
aid! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Freezing storm! I never miss!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Here,
First aid!
here, let me help.
First aid! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Take this!
Luna Corruption!
You picked the wrong fight!
On guard! Not in your dreams! Let's keep up the pressure!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Shattering up pieces!
First aid!
To be let free!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
How do you like
careful
to be
not to overdo
pounded
it.
into shape?
Enjoy the ground while you're down.
Where are you going?
Make it
Kisara,
fast.
Frozen!
Hammer!
The water's up! Fantastic! Light ready to go! Thunderflame! Too much to handle? Holy Land!
Another wave?
How long do we have to deal with this?
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Manuel!
I'm not scared! I'm totally fine! Explosion! Burning strike! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Try harder!
Light astral energy!
Finish it!
Astral energy!
Say no more. Guys,
Well done!
you picked the wrong fight.
Here! Beast Where you going? Let the marksman handle this!
Eternal devastation!
Where you going?
Double demon fang! Finish it!
Rinwell, astral energy! Full throttle!
Azure
May a
Storm!
thousand gales carry you to searing flame! Reload! Gusty nails! Here, let me help! First aid!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my sword.
Shion.
I can carve through armor!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Let me help.
You and I both.
Freezing storm!
Take this!
Here, let me help! First aid! This one's mine!
In a bind?
Their arcs were interrupted.
Burn!
I never miss! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
I owe you one.
Here, let me help! First aid!
I'll smack you!
We've got him on the run.
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Got it! Now's our chance! Not in your dreams! Mega Ray!
You look like a head.
Here, let me help! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! You're off! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really did.
I can carve through armor!
Hurricane thrust!
Healing stone!
Burn in hell!
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Hold nothing back! Take this! You're finished!
Burning strike!
Finish it!
Get toasty!
Burn strike! Prepare to be sealed!
Back into the fray! Here's a healing
At this
arc!
point, we're practically sitting ducks.
Alphen, I've got this!
Right. I'll handle the rest.
Heads up, Alphen!
This is our chance! A weak point? Take this! No damn. Looks like we're gonna have to take care of these first. You're mine! Mirage! You're mine! Take this! No escape! Slash! Strike! Swallow blade! Here I come! You're mine! Take! I'm not done! Swallow blade! It's so... The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Try harder! Take this! It's over! Swallow blade! Slice! We did it.
Yeah, the astral energy is dispersing. It shouldn't cause any more problems.
Whew, that was harrowing. Now that we've taken care of that light, I guess all that's left to do is tell Bayfont.
Yeah.
You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine. This whole thing just reminded me how different I am. I'm a freak that doesn't belong on Dana or Rena, even if I don't look like it from the outside.
I mean, sure. Maybe it's a little unusual that you can use magic. But if we're talking about unusual...
I didn't have memories, a face, or a sense of pain. Everyone called me Iron Mask. And then on top of that, I was born over 300 years ago. If anyone's a freak, it's me.
Join the club. I have my thorns. Dohalim's a Renan lord who gave up his title. And Kisara believes Danans and Renans can live in peaceful coexistence together.
And I used to work for the Snake Eyes, remember?
You guys...
and... Oh, and my feet get stinky real easily, too.
Too much information, Law.
Yeah, but Alphen, you do that thing where you grind your teeth really loudly in your sleep.
I don't see how that's... Wait, I do? Well, at least it's not as bad as when you...
When I what?
Whoa, guys! Why are we even arguing about this?
You're the one who made this weird.
Thanks, everyone. It makes me so happy to have such caring friends. I need to be better at not keeping this stuff bottled up. I know it's not good for me, but I'm gonna work on it. So don't worry about me, okay?
I wonder if she perceives being a mage to be a source of continual obligation.
Rinwell's pretty much the only one left. Sometimes I think it might have been easier for her to have just kept it hidden, but I guess that wouldn't solve much.
Indeed.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
We've reached our destination.
Crap!
Right. Hey. How?
Yeah.
Why you? Wait!
What?
I see.
Huh?
Thanks.
Wait!
Huh? Really?
Good.
All right.
Maybe it's not so bad being a mage after all. What matters is that I found people who accept me for who I am. Mage or not. As long as I had that, I think I'll be okay. And after everything they've done for me, I guess I can't say it matters if they're Renan or not either.
You're looking pretty content.
Yeah, I feel like life's taken a turn for the better all of a sudden.
Oh, that's good to hear. But why did you say you felt that way?
Oh, why can't you be more like Dohalim?
What?
Huh? That can't be.
I guess...
Great! Why? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah!
You dummy.
Whoa!
And then she has to come along and...
Hey, you're looking a little red there. You working up a fever, or...?
You dummy!
What it... I do!
I'd like to check their wares, if you don't mind. Is that the Zoogle we were told to dispatch?
Out of our way!
There!
Far enough!
Strike!
Can't get out of this!
Take
Finish
this!
it!
Here!
Wow! Look what I just found.
We've reached our destination.
Okay.
Okay. Yes!
What?
Really? Dohalim. Dohalim, I'm going to look into some seasonal fishing spots.
By all means.
Leave the preparations to me as well. I'll bring the rods. Would you prefer your fish served grilled or raw?
I'll, trust your judgment, Kisara.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
This is a true masterpiece, no less than culinary art.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
Out of our way! The waters of
Now you see what I can do!
Infernal turret!
None shall escape my judgment!
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training, though.
That's what I like to hear.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was easy.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Didn't even break a sweat.
I'll do my best.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Prepare to be sealed! Can't get out of this!
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing density of lightning! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
We can really make weapons with this?
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it, quickly.
Little help!
It's on!
Far enough!
Eat dirt!
Here's a healing arc!
Another one! Piercing roar! Sword Rain Alpha!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
Out of our way! And again! Vortex Flash! Lightning is done! Not in your dream! Here I go! Not so smug now!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Not so smug now! Air Ray!
It got lighter!
I've got this! Let him mark winds
All
of
yours.
heaven! First Cyclone!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
Right, here goes! Double Demon Fang!
Vortex Flame! Reload!
Glacial Spear.
Pierce evil! Free Blazer! A chain between now! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
Little help!
Take this! Now you see what I can do! Take this!
You're mine!
All in
Far
order.
enough!
Searing Flame! Reload! Here's a healing arc!
Be still!
First aid!
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my sword.
Shion.
Spread! Lightning orb!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
way.
Here goes!
Dazzling spin! Rising Falcon!
Lunar Arc! First! Igneous Discharge! Think again!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Igneous Discharge! Can't handle me, can you? Make it rain!
Lost! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
The flames will roar!
Ready and raring!
You're mine! Eat dirt!
Here's the wind!
Sleep now.
Prepare to be seized!
Now! Ridwell! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
No further!
Got you going in!
Sword Ring Alpha!
There, sweet! This is it!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Round and strike to the shadows! I need to be stronger.
This'll make us even more formidable.
Hi, Hoodle!
Azure Storm! Demon Fang inside me yearns to be less free!
Winds of heaven! Here, let me help. First aid! Not in your dreams! Time to shine! Corruption! Blood!
Take this! Armor won't save you!
Demon flame! Reload!
Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up! No further!
Mega Reload! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting. Little help!
By me!
Easter! Where are you going? We managed to turn the tide!
For now.
You made
Things
short
can
work
shift
of
at
that.
the moment. I'm sorry. Having trouble
Who
keeping
wants
up?
to die
Oh,
next?
I'm right behind you.
I thought you more defensively minded.
Defense via threat elimination.
So the best defense is a good offense. Looks like it could be worth something. We've reached our destination.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I always loved the sound of hammers. Banging. Away.
You finally made it.
Right, here goes! Azure Storm!
Here I come! A freezing storm!
Now you see what I can do!
A wind tornado!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Listen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Out of our way!
Inside me, yours
The
to be
flames
let
will
free.
roar! Burning
Not today!
Radiant blast! Here! Turn your blade!
Can't get out of sight!
I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Double Demon Fang!
Explosion!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Far more than the power I can conjure alone, that's for sure.
Was that a compliment?
We should be able to cook here.
There's something in the water.
Out of my way! Where are you going? Far enough!
Burning strike! Raging cascade! Radiant here! The waters are radiant
Double Demon Fang!
Dance! Tidal wave! Hold on to
Going
your
in.
heart! Here I come!
Take this!
Burning strike!
Glacial spear!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
You were practically a blur.
Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
We did a lot today, didn't we, Hootle?
I must admit, I'm rather proud of this dish.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? What's wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that. It's just, well, there's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic. But there was one time I did, behind their backs. And when I did, Almeidrea showed up.
Huh?
I hated Almeidrea for destroying everything I loved. But what I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almeidrea who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway. I have a feeling your parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday, someone was going to find you and your family. But even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
Huh? On what?
On you, Rinwell. On how you turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that. But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am. I want to use it to protect my friends. To protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all. I wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
Hootle, let me know if you sense anything. Another day, another Gald. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Out of our way! Vanquish Star! Burning Strike! Glacial Spear! Hurricane Foot! Freeze
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. Lost!
Easter!
They're surrounding us!
Now you see what I can do!
Confiscated! Sweet dreams!
I can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer far enough! What about you?
Just watch and see. In an instant! Impact block!
Looks like we came out on top.
We just need to make sure we stay there.
Right! And without totally overdoing it.
Hey, new equipment! Not today!
Mega Ray!
In a bind?
Make it Ray! Redwell! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
I can feel my power growing!
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Get lost! We managed to turn the tide!
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert! Astral Energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory.
You're mine!
Naturally.
Take this! Blast
Hold on here! Now! Astral Energy! Full throttle! We won that by a mile! Out of our way! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was
No, I I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Manuel.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine. A chain between heaven and earth.
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah! And pummel it to me!
Defense via threat elimination.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be...
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! First!
Shield and Glacial speed. I never miss! Who wants to die next? Between heaven and earth. Here! Make it way! Glacial field. Here's Evo. Charger blade. Turn left. Astral energy. Full throttle! Haha! Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
My word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prova what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though. Hi, Hoodle!
How about
Ignite!
burning
Sparkling stars!
No matter what, nothing gets past my shield.
Freeze laser! Watering creation!
Soaring light speed!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Dance in the wind! Air crush! And a yelling struggle!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Ignite!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I feel sprightlier than before.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Little help! Take it!
No further!
Got you! In there!
Shattering up! Focus!
Now! This one's mine! Reload! Here, let me help!
In here!
First aid! Here, let me help! First aid!
Poison Viper!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's
Fight
over.
better at a distance.
Who said anything about letting off?
My fists are crushing it out there!
Out of my way! A whirling trouble!
Take this! Find me yours to be let free!
Almost stopped up! Annihilation! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Make it way! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Never break! Dance in the wind! Let the marksman handle this! Astral energy! Full throttle! That worked like a dream.
I pity anyone who stands in our way. This will be a delicious piece of cake.
I can carve through armor! Now or never.
In a vine. Dance in the wind. Here goes. Not your dreams. Sweet dreams.
You picked the wrong
Fight
fight.
better at a
Finish
distance.
it!
The further away, the...
Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Dance in the wind.
Let me help.
Here's a healing arm. First aid. Now.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Little help.
Azure Storm! Demon Fang!
Red. This one has been spread. Burning strike.
Glacial Spear.
Here's the eagle. He'll body slam us into next week. Holy land. Spread. You get the gist. Burning strike.
Glacial... I'm ready!
Sharpened Strike!
Hurricane strike.
Save you!
Shining
One more.
Burning Hell!
Ready. Freeze land. Radiant. You get the
Finish
gist.
it!
Alphen. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Lightning.
Now or
Not
never.
your dreams. Downfall.
No further! Open Fury!
I'm all stopped up. Crazy lightning. Downfall. The waters of creation.
Eternal do it!
Now. Astral energy. Full throttle. I've never seen so many bullseyes.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes. Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
There! How's this?
It's so fun! I can carve through armor!
Tidal Blade! Freeze Blazer!
Looking good out there.
Just getting started! Here's a healing art!
Take no prisoners.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Now or never.
Arctic Waterfall!
No further!
Rising Wiper! Dance in the wind! Not on my watch!
Rising Phoenix!
Firmament Ranger!
You picked the wrong fight!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help. Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Rising Wiper!
A chain between heaven and earth. Here! A wailing banshee of lightning! Divine radiant waters of creation! What's the secret to being as strong as you?
You're pretty fierce on your own.
Well, maybe. But I've still got a ways to go. You're feistier than you look.
Can't change the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic.
Denied.
Fair.
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem. As impressive as always.
Here I hope that isn't true.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever. I've
turned
never
the
seen
tables
you
on
on
us.
actually still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Freeze Lancer!
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Hold on
Got
to
them
your
where we
mark.
want them.
Here I come.
Don't tip your hand, though.
Shining Supernova! Ray!
Keep
Lock!
it.
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
Rinwell! It's too dangerous! Stay back!
What's going on here? What's
Rinwell, you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master Cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevents such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
Get lost! Chain between heaven. Reload! Now, right here!
I got anything in armor is all mine!
Where are you going? You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever. Looks like it could be worth something.
What's with that shining foe over there?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Rising Wyvern!
Lunar corruption!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
To ask.
You got company!
You're
Magic is in the water! I'll be sick! Hold on to your arms! Here I come!
As impressive as always. No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've been doing really great lately.
never miss!
Armor won't save you!
Lightning assault!
Flame inside me, yours to be light-free!
Here's a healing arc! First aid! Burning strike! Going in! Glacial spear! Freeze lancer! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Here goes naturally!
Can't get out of sight!
Here, let me help! Here's a healing arc! Arc shield!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! This could be useful.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
You picked the wrong fight!
Where are you going? We managed to turn the tide!
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Let me help. Better stay alert. Here's a healing arc. First aid. Whew. Looks like we came out on top. Right. And without totally overdoing it.
I think the enemy's getting desperate.
Got them where we want them.
Don't tip your hand, though.
This one's mine!
Nelson! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting. Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Out of my way! Denied!
Illuminate the dark!
No!
Kisara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
Arch shield!
Make your way!
Rain down! Astral energy! Full throttle!
This could be useful.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My... Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Xion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Xion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Dahnan who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renan like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Dahnan who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shionne.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up! This is your hometown.
Oh, just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head too.
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Well, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg? That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well, we have to press on. We're going through Zion Mine to Berg Volcano. Let's move.
We've reached our destination.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law. Ugh, so hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg... Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast. Hi, Hoodle!
Inside me, yours will be let free.
Confiscated!
Look sharp!
Where are you going? This is it!
I can carve through armor!
Radiant Storm!
Right in front!
Here, let me help. Going in.
Got fire!
I've got this! Let him make it!
All
Leave
yours!
the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
choice.
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer! I'm ready! This is it! Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
SD airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a split it open!
Be my guest. Now or never.
One more! Make it red! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Not too shabby, if I do say so myself.
Far more than the power I can conjure alone, that's for sure.
Was that a compliment?
And thus our strength yet grows.
Huh. You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for... I'll do my best!
Pieces! Attack time!
Come and face me.
None
Be
of...
still.
Here's a healing art! First aid! Now! Take it! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Lightning!
Oh, dude, no armor! Stop me!
Charging us.
Remind me that's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it. Leave it to you.
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Burning
That's by me!
Purity! Hurricane Strike!
Take this.
Gale, tear you to shreds! Where are you going?
You've got pretty impressive aim there. Out of picking up...
Sia, can you take care of them?
Sooner said than done.
We're in good form.
Get lost!
Can't get out of this!
Time to start! Get behind me! Vermilion Blender! Meteor! Hurricane Beast Assault!
All back in their defense!
Glad you have your uses.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
My face is starting to sting. My throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some? An opponent like this should be easy.
Burn in hell! Ready and quick! Beast Assault won't save you!
Wind Axe confiscated! Here's a healing art!
Why'd you do
Izora! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Far enough!
Here I come!
Cyan Instant!
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
The earth throbbing in pain.
Burning Laser Spear! Pierce Evil!
Shattering pieces! Attack time!
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until
We'll
it's
soon
over.
see about that!
Who said anything about letting off?
Searing away!
This one's all mine!
Tiger Blade!
Over so soon? That was quite the little adventure we went on.
I always love the sound. With hammers banging away.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
An opponent like this should be easy.
I never fit. Going in. Inferno crossing. We managed to turn the tide. Here,
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert.
Why can't they just sit still?
Shia, can you take
Leave
care of
the
them?
enemies aren't
Sooner
me.
said than done.
No complaints here.
Annihilation. Mega ray. By the
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Ignite!
Far enough. Where are you going?
I think we can get through this.
Don't let up until it's over.
Who said anything about letting off?
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for you.
Split it open!
Be my guest!
Again.
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that.
Charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
This looks nice and tough.
Little help!
Now you see what I can do.
Burn it! Not on my watch!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Now, here's a healing art.
First aid!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Can't get out of back in their defenses.
Glad you have your uses. Alvin, this ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Together, that wasn't even a problem.
Little help!
I got pieces. Attack time. Hurricane strike.
We turn the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right, no time to hold back.
One more! Go!
We got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Ignite! All yours!
We won that by a mile!
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely. Though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Hey, look at that enemy! It's shining.
Get lost!
Your arms are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them.
Then I promise I'll always be here.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Hold on to you are in.
You've got pretty impressive
As soon
aim
as I'm
there.
done here,
Thought of taking
come
up
help
the
out.
rifle
How
yourself?
could a girl ever say no?
This is my style.
And here I hoped I wasn't moving.
Any injuries?
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing. Here, let me help.
First aid!
Here's a healing arm.
You wanna play? A wailing Beyond in here! The
Here I go.
creation and again!
If it's in the...
I've been doing really great lately.
Go no further! Where are you going?
This one's all mine. This one's mine.
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
As impressive as always.
Here I hope
Go for the weak point!
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've
I
never
thought you
seen
more
Beyond
defensively minded.
astronaut.
Defense via threat elimination.
So the best defense is a good offense.
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat. It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you.
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve, Dohalim. I would have figured rocks and plants would be too different for you to handle both.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go! This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
Suddenly turning tails doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogle?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
Demon time! Burn in hell!
Drowned in hell! Confiscated!
I'll smack you!
Illuminate the blah 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 and again! Holy land! There you go! Go I save you! Bread! Here's a healing art!
Finish it!
First aid! Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Far enough! Not by a long shot!
It's turning to the station! It's on! This one keeps melting us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Not on my watch! I never fail! This is hell! Banana, let's go! Cyan instant! Now! Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Here's a healing art. First
I
aid.
owe you one.
Here come more!
You'll just have to keep fighting.
Come and face me!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Astral Art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
This is it! The water's leaving! Take over! House it! Now!
Flaming meteor.
Think again! The water's a creation!
Do you require a hand?
Tidal
First
wave!
aid. Here, let me help. First aid.
Why'd you
Here
heal me?
goes. To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem.
Lightning flame!
Burn in hell!
I'm ready! My watch!
Hurricane.
Vanquish darkness!
Lunar corruption.
Take this!
Hurricane.
Looks like you got this
Get out of
recovered!
this! Now see what I can knock it into next week!
Banana, let's go!
Freeze blade.
They're all coming after me!
I'm coming, Rinwell.
Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Vanquish
Lunar
darkness!
corruption.
Shield and flame!
Not today!
Here I go.
And again!
Back into the fray.
Looking fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
Here.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe. First aid!
I don't know
Here's
what
a
I'd
healing
do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time? Alvin!
That's enough! Go back down! Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zoogles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or It may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I've been doing really great lately.
Hey, is that it over there?
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how... How is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first. But ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis. When the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the Thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens...
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own, and sacrifice yourself to stop the Thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renins or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shionne!
Alphen?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shionne, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shionne is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shionne. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Xion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Xion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Xion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the Blazing Sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Dahnans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right. Then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Dahnans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? Would that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Dahnans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dahna.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live, but why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shionne. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shionne's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shionne and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the Wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor. I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. Now, Not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that two sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dahna, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dahna.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almeidrea, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Dahnans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dahna, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yeah!
Balsif had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from...
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Dahnans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis...
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Ridiculous.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else. What could this be?
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former Lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, There should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelegion, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Faria? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Dahnan rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty. Instead, I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renin oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Xion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Have you guys checked your equipment?
This flavor? Why, it rivals the cooking of my own chefs in the palace.
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh! I am Lord Dohalim of Helden Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
I'll be saving this one.
It's all too strong.
Be my guest.
Confiscating.
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Here, let me help you. Feel it. Here, let me help. First aid! Radiant Spear! Shield and face! Glacial Kisara! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
Well, with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Seriously? Is this a joke? Denied!
Reload! Radiant! Searing flame!
Now remember.
In here! Where are you going? This is it! I'll be saving this one!
No further!
Need to pull myself to...
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
This one's mine! Cyan Instant! Glacial Fire! Searing Shadow! Reload! I'm all stopped out! I think I'll pass on the answer! Glacial Fire! Lightning Orb!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Leave it to you!
Let's see what I can do! This one's mine! That'll bring you down! Air thrust! Cyan Instant! Rain down! Annihilation! Flaming Meteor! Burning Strike! Inferno Crossing! Here's a healing arm! First aid! The waters of
Ignite!
Dance! Immortal Dark! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Glacial Engage it! Here's the evil! Switch to not in your dreams! Freeze Lancer! I can't let the hatred consume me!
I'll smash you! My deal? We're not ready!
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Done! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
That's far enough!
Now you
Denied!
No further! Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing arc! First aid! What are we gonna keep this up for exactly? Here's a healing arc! Switch!
A freezing storm!
I'll be Ice Tornado!
Take this!
Ground and Curve! Cyan Instant!
Lunar Rondo!
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
That's far enough! Look out!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Rain down in pure fire! Not on my watch! Flaming meteor!
Dragon Tail! Time to throw flame!
Celestial water!
Demon Fang! The flame inside me is yours to be let free!
Gemini Aqua! Hurricane Front!
Ready and ready!
Look
I'll
out!
smash you!
Mega Ray! Searing Flame! Reload! Here's a healing arm! First aid! Celestial Hammer! Razor
Here I go!
Tiger Blade! By the power of water!
Yours to be let free!
Dance in the wind!
Going in!
Air
Can't
thrust!
get out of this!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Out of our way!
Azure Storm! Double Demon Fang!
Radiant Clear! Thunder Field!
Take this!
Raging
Save you!
Mega Ray! This one's mine! Air thrust! Now! Gemini Aqua!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Here's a healing arm!
Rising
First aid!
Rising Phoenix!
Look sharp! A freezing storm!
Fury!
Raging Tornado!
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Freeze Lancer! Mega Ray! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
A comfortable win.
I won't forgive you!
Bring him down!
Fire report!
Going in!
Where are you going? Finish all yours, Kisara. No further. Shattering pieces! Attack!
Not today!
Here, let me help.
First aid! Nail struck!
I can carve through armor.
Mega Hard Blood! Arcane Waterfall!
The enemy wields arc too.
We'll soon see about that!
Barely a blip on our radar.
That's far enough!
I see what it is!
Raging Cascade!
This!
Make it rain! I never did! None shall escape my judgment! Here, let me help! Here's a healing arm! Heaven and earth, on guard! A wailing gift! Astral energy! Full throttle!
No further.
Solar instant!
Far enough!
Here goes! Gorilla with astral energy! Full throttle!
A comfortable win. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imeris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. Not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to invoke noodles like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the sizzle, then we get some answers.
Go for the weak point! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down!
Now or never. Enjoy the ground while you're down.
Like a power of water! Explosive ring!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
Finish it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! Azure Storm!
Glacial Steel! Here's evil! Freeze Blade! Not on my watch!
Destruction!
By the power of Radiant!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Not today!
Here's evil! That'll bring you down!
I'll smash you!
Illuminate the dark! A freezing storm! Here's a healing art! First aid! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Freeze Blazer! I'm almost impressed. I said almost. Don't get carried away. Here, let me help. Not on my watch. First aid!
No further!
Here's a healing art! A chain ray! Now, get toasty!
Bird strike!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnagin, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzalik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidrea. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shionne.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same... What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Dahnan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned Sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron's. Well, the significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Alphen. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, Long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as... a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, It must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a maiden and sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.